What's going on, Onka? All right, why is your cat? What's going on here? Hey, Scientic, what's up, buddy? All right, can you guys hear the music? My Go XLR seems to be not integrating with OBS at the moment. Do you guys hear music? I don't know, you're gonna have to be more specific. Do you hear Kerbal music? I'll be very specific. Do you hear Kerbal music? Yes or no? No music. All right. Okay, does anybody hear music? Okay, so you are hearing game music. Okay. I had to restart my Go XLR. Okay, Scientic, music, yes or no? It's that simple. Okay, yeah, it's the main menu. I just need to know if you hear music or not. It's a yes or no question. It's not like, is it this music or is it that music? It's yes or no. That's it. So, can somebody tell me, do you hear music? I do not care what type you think it is or isn't. Just yes or no. I need a yes or a no. I don't know if they're flutes or not. It's the damn KSP game music. That's why I went music, yes or no. Or get lost, one or the other, man. That's your options now. I need a yes or a no, or go somewhere else. I need help troubleshooting. That's all I need to know. Music. Doesn't matter what instrument it is. I need to know if you can hear the game. Right, it's just the KSP title music. Doesn't matter what it is. I just need to know if you can hear it or not. Right, since I had to restart my mixer because there was something messing up. That's all I needed to know. It's a yes or no question. All right, I'm gonna do this then. Okay, do you hear music now? Okay, good. I had to be sure that you can hear it because you guys are not giving me very good answers, man. Okay. Why is it so hard to get a yes or a no answer out of people on a yes or a no question? It's always about, is it this? Is it that? I don't care. It's not what I asked. What's up, Hildebrandt? What's going on, buddy? All right, so now I can turn the game music back on. Because now I know you can actually hear things. Okay, I needed to know because I needed to know if I needed to restart the game or not, and because sometimes it doesn't hook in when I have to restart the mixer. Now that you've gotten a whole much more background than you actually needed, and when I just needed a yes or a no answer. Okay. All right, so we had anybody that was watching last night, we had a major bug pop up in the editor where the center of mass and center of lift, I can show you images, what I mean. Hildebrandt, yeah, I'm explaining why we have to. Okay, so this bug popped up, right? The craft isn't aligned correctly, and for whatever reason, it's not like straight, even with not moving the vehicle around or reset, even trying to reset the vehicle's position, it's not straight in the editor. And for whatever reason, the center of mass and center of lift indicators are offset. So are the move gizmos, right? The move and rotate gizmos are also way offset from the part. And when you rotate the camera around, the vehicle will the vehicle will move from one side of the editor to the other, right? And the nodes still stay outside. And we have a lot of airplane flying over. Yeah, technically, yeah. It's not this that's moving. The vessel is moving. Right, as you move the camera around, the vessel moves back and forth. Right, and I tried loading an earlier save, and it still did it. I tried loading a quick save from the day before, and it still did it. I tried different saves, the sandbox save that we had going, and it doesn't do it. I even copied the craft files over, and it doesn't do it. It's only in that save. And according to Google's AI, it's an issue that can pop up when you are switching between the different tools in the editor. And the fix is to leave the editor immediately. Like when it happens, leave the editor. Do not save. Do correction. Don't just leave the editor. Do not save and leave the editor. Right? And or restart the game. I'd probably restart the game at that point. Because once you save, That's it. It's done. All right. So, everybody on the same page now? Yeah, I can hear Delta. I can hear Delta running around. So much for her staying in bed. Okay, so that is the reason. And so I decided if we got to restart anyway, I'm going to take advantage. So I've added a couple of new mods. Right, one of which is UnKerbaled Start to actually get a better tech tree. The stock tech tree is just... Ah! I haven't deleted that save file, so I guess we'll see what happens, even though it won't work anymore now because I've changed tech tree anyway. So, Olga, just out of curiosity, when you were when you first loaded it up, did the issue exist? That's one thing I did not try, is copying the save to a different install of KSP. Okay. Yeah, Maki, yeah, that error we had last night in the editor with the offset craft from the center of mass and center of lift, and the craft would move left and right based on where the camera was in the editor. Yeah, I tried loading an older persistent file and it still did it. I even loaded the quick save that I had from a day and a half earlier, and it's also still did it. Which means it's somewhere in the save file, because I've copied the craft files out to a different save and it doesn't do it. It's only, there's something in that save file that went... And as I said, according to Google AI, it happens when you're switching between symmetry types and or between, you know, move and rotate tools. It can happen. And what you're supposed to do is leave the editor immediately. Do not save. Once you save, you're screwed. Right? The save is screwed if you save the craft. Right? You just need to exit the editor and then come back in. Right? And or restart the game immediately. Just like Alt F4 out is probably the best way to go about it. And when it happened, I didn't want to go. I would just like, all right, we'll figure it out later. Well, there is no figuring it out later. You have to deal with it right then. And as I said, do not save. So however much time you had in the editor, you've just lost it because you cannot save. All right, so as I said, I decided to take advantage of the situation. Then I installed UnKerbaled Start, which requires a different tech. Well, it is a different tech tree. You start with probes instead of Kerbals. You still have Kerbals, right? But you start with the ability to launch probes from the very beginning of the game. And if you use UnKerbaled Start or probes before crew, either one, you must use a contract pack that changes the career. Right? There's the SETI one that I don't really like the way that one looks. So I'm going with the Career Evolution. And Career Evolution is old. It's like from Kerbal 1.3, but it does still work because it's just a, you know, text files. So it still works. Right, and I did install, I guess technically one new part mod is Missing History. Right, which adds in, well actually all it does is copy over some of the other 1.25 meter parts and resizes them to 1.875 meter. For the 1.875 meter parts, right? So you get a 1.875 meter Pro Core, you know, cargo container, all, you know, service module, all that stuff. No, and we're not going to be doing a 20% career.
Oh, hell no!
All right, 1 second. I'll be right back. I brought the troublemaker. Say hi, troublemaker. Oh, look at you. Look how cute their little faces. Look how cute their little faces. Look how cute their faces. You are really stinky. You need a bath. You need a bath. You want a bath? You want a bath? She does not like getting a bath. She doesn't even like the word. But yeah, you need a bath. You're stinky. You went down? Okay. Okay. Alright, troublemaker has been dealt with. Yeah, super dark. She is super dark on camera. It's because I have to I turn the exposure down because of all the lights. I turn the exposure down on the camera, so it makes her look even extra dark. All right, so what else did I change? All right, the new mod list is already up in Discord in KSP mods, and I left it separate. I left the old one still up there if in case you want the stock tech tree. All right, and I will zip up for subscribers. I'll zip this new one up if you want it, and put it on my Google Drive, and I'll put the link in the Twitch subscriber channel. Okay, new career. All right, let's name it this time something other than default. All right, let's call it UnKerbaled career. And we're starting it on 11/4, 11/04/2025. All right, UnKerbaled career. Yep, we're gonna go with that rocketology flag. All right, do the settings again. All right, Reentry heating to 120. Missing crews do not respawn. All right, uncheck no entry purchase required on vehicle research, which means we have to buy our parts. All right, allow other launch sites. Yes. Persist Kerbal inventory loadout. Yes. Science rewards. Okay, we're not doing 20%. That shit's not happening. LJ Speed, what's up, buddy? Yeah, 20% is... Oh. And I spent all morning troubleshooting that save. Like, loading in the different persistence, going through, you know, I even tried deleting the persistent metadata and forcing it to recreate it, see if that was the issue. No, there is no... other than going line by line with a save that isn't not borked, to look for the differences. I don't know what else to do. JSpeed, it's very grindy, like extremely grindy on the 20%. And if you're running straight vanilla, 20% locks you in, right? I mean, you're going to be hard pressed to get off Kerbin. Right, I mean, you can technically make it to the moon, but you're gonna be I mean, you literally just run out of science. And so it all depends also what you unlock in the tech tree, right? If you go chasing airplanes, you know, all the, you know, and retractable landing gear and all that stuff for making airplanes, then you're not going to the moon. You know what? Let's go with 50% science, because we have a different tech tree now. That's the thing too, JSpeed. I don't know. Did you already start your save, JSpeed, with that other save file, with the other game data? Because I made, since I had to restart anyway, I made some changes to the mod list. I have not yet uploaded it yet, though. Right, I went ahead and went with UnKerbaled start and career evolution. Right, to start with probes first and fairings. It also puts the airplane plus airplane parts in better location in the tech tree. Oh, JC, I forgot to load up that truck craft file. The one I built, the two I built. It takes a second to figure the grounded out. It's a little awkward. Yeah, the other thing too with the tweak skill is turn off matching node size. Right, in the there's an option on any part to turn off match node size, and then it affects everything, and then it doesn't automatically resize the parts. Because there are some parts that have a larger node, right, than the part than the what you would expect. Right, like for example, the Science Junior doesn't have a 1.25 meter node sizes. Even though it's a 1.25 meter part, it actually has 2.5 meter node size. Right, node size and part size do not necessarily coincide. All right, so we're gonna go with 50% science. All right, but reputation penalties, we're gonna put up to 500%. All right, part G-force limits, Kerbal G-force limits, and we're going to reduce this down to half. Otherwise, it takes nearly like 18 to 20 Gs to get a Kerbal to black out, like sustained. Alright, always allow action groups. Part upgrades, yes. Require signal for control and plasma blackout, yes. Occlusion modifier vacuum, we're going to go to 99%. And occlusion modifier atmosphere, we're going to go to 101%. Enable extra ground stations, yes. I'm going to turn off rescue and recovery, though. In the stock contracts, we're not doing the rescue and recovery. Because who's launching these people? Who's launching those Kerbals? Alright, crew R&R. We're going to go minute vacation days down to 1. Alright, and max to 14. J-speed it can be, yeah. Alright, 1 moment. I'll be right back. Sorry. All right. So many distractions. Okay. It disabled the collisions? Yeah. I think I actually, well, you already probably have, you already figured it out. Chief, what's up, buddy? Tequila, what's going on, man?
Apparently.
Tequila!
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that resub, man. Much appreciated. All right, I'm gonna make maximum vacation day 7. No, we can go 14. No, we'll go 10. We'll go 10. We'll compromise. We'll go 10. Tequila, sometimes it just lines up that way. So the notification of your resub is not necessarily the same as your resub date. And so sometimes it can feel like it's like happening like twice in a row. All right, hide empty tech tree nodes. Yep. Remove empty horizontal space and remove empty vertical space. Yep, leave the stock lock stock leave the stock comnet. Yeah, launch from any site. All right, speed unit annex, rover speedometer, kilometers an hour, airplane speedometer, Mach number, knots. Let's do knots again. All right, display indicated airspeed for airplanes, display radar altimeter, yes. All right, we're not using FAR, so we don't need that. Tequila, it's in the Discord, but basically the craft in any vessel being offset from the center of mass and center of lift, and the vessel not being square, and it's not just center of mass; it's all the like the rotate and move widgets are all offset. Well, I guess technically they're not. The craft is offset, and when you rotate the camera around, the craft moves to the left and the right side of the editor. It's a it's. Ugh. Yes. All right, 1 decimal angle, 1 decimal angles. I don't need like 3 or 4 decimal. Relative angle. Yaw, pitch, and roll. All right, accept. You've heard the word moist. Did you laugh? Did it give you a chuckle? Hey, sometimes it's what you need, right? Okay. All right, as I said, we did change the tech tree, right? We are going with UnKerbaled start. All right, so we're starting with all of these, all the grounded parts. All right, we have tiny structures. Yeah, the better tech tree. Right here we have aeronautics, and as you can see, we have prop engines right out of the gate instead of jet engines. Right, and additional wings. Then we have fabrication, small structures, right, engineering, so we can get panels right away. And what probe core does it give? I think it gives us the cube, right? No, Stay Putnik. We start with the Stay Putnik. And ladders. And some, you know, 0.625 boot, SRBs, which were way up the tech tree in the stock game for whatever reason. Okay, we hit the cube down here. Okay. Early aviation is when we get fairings and fixed landing gear. Or at least some fixed landing gear. What else is in here? Where's the Mercury command pod? Oh, civil command modules. Yeah, so we can't even put Kerbals into space until, you know, well, earliest is here with the Onion. Otherwise, the Mercury command pod we don't get until here. Right, so that's much further up the tech tree before we can launch Kerbals into space. This feels
so much better. It's like an old friend. Give me a hug, old friend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's Kerbal Space Program for a reason, yes, but... Some things make no sense. Okay, so career evolution, early space program. First flight, uncrewed. Launch your first rocket and get at least 200 meters off the ground. Let's take that contract. Launch a vessel in the air, do some science, grab that one. And that's it. That's all we can do. All right, so we will be building a rocket first instead of an actual grounded vehicle, but we're going to be doing that shortly because we're going to need the science. Welcome to the Vehicle Assembly Building. My name is Werner von Kerman. On abort. Kaboom. All right, we're gonna have to spin stabilize it. Hold on. I may have to make a slight adjustment here. Nope, I guess I won't be. I was gonna put a structural piece underneath this, but we can't. Alright, but I'm gonna put a thermometer on there and some batteries. Alright, I guess this will be just getting bolted directly to the rocket. I also almost installed Alpha Mensei's modular launch pads because it's just awesome. Alright, we need an antenna to be able to send that back. That's more! Now that's a classic Kerbal rocket. Yes, indeed it is. To get it, well, it makes more sense. I mean, you know, like, why are you gonna have a Kerbal on a ComSat? Right? Why are you gonna have manned communication satellites? I mean, I guess you could. There's nothing wrong with it. Navsmart, what tech tree do you use, out of curiosity? I went ahead and since we had to restart and went with UnKerbaled start. A manned ComSat is just a Kerbal with a megaphone. In space. Because nobody can hear him say anything. It explains their comm system. You also used UnKerbaled start? Okay. Alright, we're gonna call this Sounding Rocket 1. Because what else are you gonna call it? Shuttlecock 1? A rifled shotgun slug? SR2 just to piss off an engineer? Queer, what's up, buddy? I like the 0.625 meter size. I think it's overlooked. In fact, I think my favorite rocket sizes overall are 0.625 meters and 1.875 meters. You're playing the Last Starship? What is Last Starship? access game? Okay, so I'm assuming it's about starships, the last one. Cheap. Most people probably already know that Joseph is my first name, but just FYI, I try not to use my real name on stream ever because somebody will use it for something else. Just FYI. Yeah, I'm still wondering how they're gonna do progression. You can think of more colorful things to call me? I'm sure you can. Okay. SR1 is ready to launch. Also, as I said, I can't recommend it enough, is Alpha Mense's modular launch pads. They are really... I have a really hard time playing Kerbal without it. But it does add in a whole slew of parts. What are your essential KSP mods now?
Yes.
Yeah, so should we have called this little Rocket Junior? Pepe Chiquito? Oh, I forgot to action group that. All right, let's log temperature and transmit it, even though we're only going to get partial. That's all right. Oh, you know what? I need to reset this while I'm thinking about it. These aren't set up exactly how I'd like them. Edit HUD number 1. Okay, remove delta V total. Keep the apo-apsis info, orbital speed, orbital period, eccentricity. And inclination. That's actually what I want on HUD number 1. All right, HUD number 2. All right, remove. Press the weight. Acceleration. Angle of attack. Mach number and G-force. I'm gonna make a different HUD. I just want this to be other information. All right, vertical acceleration. Add that up there. All right, new custom section, HUD. Lock number. All right, delta V total. Thrust to weight ratio. RCS delta V. And angle of attack. All right, have that down there. Oh, nice, Tequila. Very nice. So, Chief, what are you up to today, man? What's for dinner, buddy? What are you having for dinner? I mean, because if you're here, I'm assuming you're eating dinner or just ate dinner, one or the other. Sure, there's more I need. You want to add one more thing to this? I need to add. Where's dynamic pressure? That's just straight atmospheric pressure, but where's dynamic pressure? I'll need another panel for a rendezvous, but we're not there yet. I'm not going to worry about that just yet. Learn a miscellaneous? I could have swore there was a dynamic pressure. There's no dynamic pressure? I know there's one in the stock Aero UI, but I thought it was also in Kerbal Engineer. You'd think Kerbal Engineer would actually have dynamic pressure. Dynamic pressure, it tells you when you pass max Q. How do you know when it's max Q? The pressure stops going up and starts going down. All right, but we have our stuff set for now. All right, I'm gonna set that there. Range is hot. Thermometer is go. Sounding rocket 1 is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it. All right, log and transmitting science data from the thermometer. Boy, this thing is screaming. It's going way higher than I anticipated. Jeez. All right, world first milestones. We've launched our first vessel. We've broken a speed record. Lots of speed records. We've broken an altitude records. All right, do some science. We got 2 extra science off of that and 16,000 credits. All right, first flight uncrewed. We got that reward. Oh, I also installed Strategia. I forgot to say I installed Strategia. All right, and now, because this thing is going to end up dirt darting down here, right? Chunk. Yeah, and look where we're coming down at. Yeah, we don't want that. So we're going to kaboom it. All right, range termination in 3, 2, 1. Oh. Everything went kaboom except for that, because I didn't set it to kaboom. So now we get to follow it down. Watch it bounce like a basketball. Oh, she's going out to sea. And I have a Delta Dog going bonkers again. Yeah, see how much drag is on this thing? This is why you don't want this at the front of a rocket if you can help it. Yeah, seriously, it flies. That's why it's a good demonstration though of why you really don't want that on the front of a rocket if you can help it. All right, back to the Space Center. J-Speed, it's in the editor. Since we gotta come in here anyway, I'll show you what I mean. I need something out. It's these two buttons right here. And it affects all of Kerbal Engineer. I need it billboard size so it can be read on stream. Right, and if you want to go partless, it's here. Right, so you don't actually have to give up two parts. Wherever they went. You need a billboard size so you can read it, period. Well, the thing is because you have to remember, my monitor is 3440 by 1440p, right? I have to convert it over to a 16 by 9 and 1080p, right, in OBS in order to send it to Twitch. And then Twitch does its own compression on that end, and so it ends up not being very legible unless I have it, you know, film almost my entire screen. Like right here, just so I can tell you, like this is easily legible to me as saying Rocketology, right? It's very easily legible. But when I'm looking at it in OBS, it's barely legible. And I'm guessing when I look at the stream, yeah, it's even worse. Well, J-Speed, it's not just that; it's also an ultra-wide monitor. Which, by the way, if you are looking to buy a new monitor, once you go ultra-wide, you can never go back. Just putting that out there, right? I mean, you literally have 25% more screen space, right? And it's the aspect ratio of a 21 by 9 is the movie theater aspect ratio, right? So if you watch a movie, it fills the entire screen. Right, but most streamers they stick with 16 by 9 monitors, so because that way it's very easy to transfer over. That's why there's this black area, right? Yep, that way. Right there, all that. All this is because of converting 21 by 9 to 16 by 9. Right, so I decided to use the space. Right, camera goes here, it doesn't block a whole bunch of stuff. Chat goes there for people that are watching later. Right, or watching on mobile, they can still read chat. Right, or they can see, half time when I'm speaking, if I upload this video to YouTube, they don't have any there's no context because they can't see chat. Unless you have it on screen. Okay. Let's go see what other contracts we have here. I do like the early career start. Just 20% science.
No. Oh, wrong one.
20% science? Hell no!
Yeah, don't do 20% science. Save yourself that pain. And make no mistake, it's pain. All right, upper atmosphere uncrewed. We got to get above, what is it, 18,000? Oh, not ready for those yet. Temperature scan, temperature scan, temperature scan, temperature scan. Yes, that we can take. Uh-huh. And that's max contracts. We're gonna need to upgrade this sooner than later. I'm gonna go ahead and upgrade it now, actually. I'm gonna spend the money for that upgrade so that we can get more than just 2 contracts. All right, in flight below 17,000 meters. I'll take that. Not there yet. Part testing. Oh, lots of testing in flight or on escape trajectories. Ice caps, cold shores, and Twitch is freezing up on me again. Linux!
How's it going, Rocket?
Mr. Linux Guru Gamer, who needs no introduction. What is up, Modfather? How are you doing today? Thank you so much for that resub. Much appreciated. So, Linux, what is your recommended mod of the week? We also broke a couple of land distance records when that probe core decided to go sailing. Roadcraft, dude. Linux, how is that? How is Roadcraft? How you liking it? And thank you, Onka. I appreciate that. All right, I need... What do I need? Mission planner checklist. Is that like an in-game knee board type of thing? Like a flight checklist? You know what? I forgot. I think it adjusts the part count limit early on. I think it goes from 30 to 50 with UnKerbaled start. Linux, what is your go-to tech tree, out of curiosity? I don't think I've ever asked. It goes to 40. Okay. Yep, 40 parts. All right. Yeah, what is your go-to tech tree? What tech tree are you using in your Kerbal save? The ETT, which one's that? My go-to is the UnKerbaled start tech tree. Okay, I remember that tech tree. I've looked at it before, but I didn't... that's the one I have not actually tried. There used to be... It was kind of a cool science tech tree. Problem is, you had to fill it yourself. You had to do all the config editing based on what mods you wanted to use, and I'm like, oh. I'm like, oh, pass. Actually, hold on. I should use... that one. Alright. This part gets weird sometimes. Oh, it's actually working this time. Nice. Alright, so that's our little fuel cell. Alright, so Quirt, I'm gonna give you the terrain first. It is Parallax Continued by Lynx. The clouds are BlackRock's volumetric clouds, but the only way to get it is through his Patreon. Right, but you only need to sign up for 1 month, and then you can cancel. So you basically, you gotta give it, I think it's actually, the price went up. Or, well, Patreon has raised its prices from $5 to $6.50. Right, if you want the link to BlackRock's Patreon, there you go. But is it worth it? Yes, absolutely. But as I said, you sign up, do the download, and then you can unsubscribe. I mean, he's definitely put the work in. Because it's not just the clouds, it's also the water. Going to slightly different design this time. It's not the one I want then. Or that one. Why are these all sticking out so far? And I gotta rotate these around. Turn the motors off on those. Turn steering off on these. Not steering direction, steering. Alright, we're up to 14 parts. And again, the mod that gives you these parts is called Grounded. Yep, we're gonna need some extra batteries. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just gonna do, okay, that's... Wow, that sticks out really far. Alright. Raise the wheels a notch. They're backwards, are they? Yeah, yes, that's why I wanted to try this cabin, so they're not over the wheel. I don't have any fuel tanks yet. All we have are batteries. Okay. Do I need 6 batteries? Yes, these motors go through battery like crazy. Alright, so it's to drive around on purely electric charge for right now. We don't have any liquid fuel tanks. The fuel cell requires liquid fuel. Alright, let's give it some tail lights. The hell am I gonna put headlights? Or they fit, I guess. Here's a fuel tank. Hybrid cell B, hybrid cell A. Where is it? Modular chassis fuel tank. There it is. Right, where the hell do I put that? Right there. I guess I could also do that, but inside of there works. Oh, we can fit 2. Nice. Damn, we're already up to 26 parts. Same church, different pew. Yeah, I don't like to kneel. Okay. Man, the thermometer, it's the only part that or the only science experiment we have currently. Wait, Onka? I had ToughX profile internal selected. It should, what? And why does why would ToughX... Why would ToughX affect that at all to begin with? I don't remember, because it literally happened like in the middle of the stream. And you are correct. Because the fuel tanks, everything is over the front axle. That means when we hit the brakes, we're gonna go dink. Move the fuel cell to the back. Alright, that helps. As long as the center mass is behind the front axle, we're good. It's just once it goes over the top of the front axle, yeah, you're not looking so good anymore. Alright, well, that's better. Not like we're going to be putting anything else back here anyway. Right, it'll just look like a couple of toolboxes or something. But that does bring our center mass back. But okay, dude, that's a good find. How did you find that anyway? What would made you even look at that? And I still want to know why there's a ToughX profile that modifies that. This is the only guy we're talking about. He is all-knowing. He knew your question was just asked and is only pausing his response to be considerate. Yeah, that's where you knew someone, huh? Do you see him in the mirror every morning? But okay, dude, that is an amazing find. I would have never have thought to look at ToughX as the cause. Temporal anti-aliasing is doing it? That is such a weird thing. Why would that move things and affect things in the editor? That is so strange. It's Kerbal. Weird as normal.
Indeed.
All right, well, now I know if that happens again, what the fix is. Now that I've put in UnKerbaled start and changed the tech tree, it requires I would have to pull it all back out and to go back to that other save now. Plus, that 20% science was killing me, man. Taking notes when you get back home? Yeah, don't mess with ToughX inside the editors. That's more 50%. I went 50%. I think the save before when I was streaming Kerbal 4, I used to always go 40%. But even that's kind of grindy. That's where what science level do you generally go with? And why does it always seem like there's an ad playing anytime I'm asking you a question? JSP, yeah, that is true. Gotta represent, man. Gotta represent. All right. United K Nations transponder required for conducting United K Nations flight missions available in Kerbinside Remastered GAP. Okay. You know, that's more. Until you told me, I never realized that there was modular fuel tanks in there, because they're not under fuel tanks. So, and I asked you a question, and now I don't remember what it was, because I always seem to ask you a question right before an ad starts. Oh yes, his science level. Yes, yeah. So that's smart. What percentage of science do you go with? It's not 20%, right? Oh, I need to action group some stuff before we drive out of here. 100%, but you're cheap and you spend reluctantly. Nothing wrong with that. What science level does everybody else generally play with? When you're starting a new career, what science level do you generally choose? I think before, when I was also still playing Kerbal for just for myself, I think I would go with like 60%. Yeah, Jason, it kind of depends on the way you want to play. Because to me, like for me, at 100% science, it's like you use one rocket once, one airplane once, and then you've unlocked so much that you're now moving up to the next tier. So by your third plane, you've finished the tech tree. Yeah, so you only recently started to pay to unlock parts. JSP, what is EJ's science? What did it, is it? Is this his first career ever? And as I said, what science level did he choose? Did he go with? Yeah, JSP, as I said, it all depends on how you want to choose. Artist I don't mean to laugh, but it's just because like hard and with vanilla KSP is well If you chose the default hard mode, it does lower it down. I think it goes down to 60% science. I think, if I remember correctly. I think that's what it does. I thought I thunk. All right, let's see here. What do we want to call this truck? All right, KUV. Right, Kerbal Utility Vehicle. KUV-1. All right, Kerbal Utility Vehicle 1. All right, I think Bob, who doesn't have a driver's license, once again, is going to go drive around. Yeah, so we need a temperature scan from the spaceplane hangar, the launch pad, the VAB, and the crawlerway. All right, let's log that temperature and get a crew report. And can you get an EVA report as well? Yes, you can. Good man. All right, you gotta pull that off. Take that data. Get yourself back inside. Man, talk about a minimalistic, like, cockpit. All right, so we need to drive over to the spaceplane hangar. Wait. Oh, that's because I swapped these wheels around. Hold on. I forgot I swapped the front for the rear. Yep, Bob does not like going fast. Bob is not happy. Dude, I like Grounded so much. Dude, Grounded is... Dude, this is such a cool idea, or very clever idea for a mod. Yep, brakes are good. Oh, I also installed double tap brakes. Right? Very good quality of life mod. All you have to do is double tap the B key to turn the brakes on. Right? So one tap to release, double tap turns them on without actually having to toggle this. forgot when you run a crew report, you have to treat this like a science experiment. You actually have to take it out and then restore it. Kind of goofy, but it's a thing. All right, so let's head over to the... We need to hit the VAB. I know we need to hit this for science, but I want to get paid. I want to see if there's more contracts we can do to get paid to do this. I like getting paid, don't you? All right, get that AV airport. Take that data. Take that data. All right, so now we need to hit the crawlerway and the launch pad. This vessel's better than our first science vehicle that we drove around in the other save. This is way more stable in this configuration. Centurion, Onka actually figured it out, but I've already made changes, permanent changes that I'd have to uninstall to go back. It had something to do with a ToughX setting inside of the editor. That was actually causing the craft to be offset from the center of mass and center of lift the editing tools. I don't know why that's a thing, but apparently it is. All right, the rest of our temperature scan from the launch pad, our crew report. We can get an EVA report. So to give you an idea, on an EVA report on 20% science, we're only getting 0.3 science for an EVA report. Now we're getting 1.2. J-speed, yeah. For example, like that unguided sounding rocket we launched, right? It's gonna come straight back down, right over the top of the VAB, right, or right over the top of the KSC, right? And you don't really want it to hit a building, so pop it. Right. The other reason too is if you're not using, reverts outside of testing the way I normally do, right? We only revert for testing. Right, or game bugs. If the rocket flips out of control and it's aiming back at the KSC.
Kaboom!
Yes. Yeah, it's like a flight safety officer, like, all right, time to send this thing to, the bottom of the ocean, right? Right, is that everything for that contract? Yes, it is. All right, recover vessel. Yep, range safety. All right, 13.7 science. We would have only gotten like 6. This science from all that at 20%. Okay, so Bob got a Research 1 ribbon, a first Kerbin rover drive ribbon, and a first landing on Kerbin ribbon. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and unlock structures. 80 grand? $80 grand?
80 grand?
All right, so I'm only going to unlock these as needed. All right, and we're going to take Engineering 101 because it gives us the press map barometer, which allows us to get
More science.
And we get solar panels. Very nice. All right, so I'm going to research that, and this is only 9 grand, so let's go ahead and buy those. Shrimp. All right, I'm going to go ahead and grab basic rocketry as well. 8 grand. Unlock that. And aeronautics, I'm going to unlock. But I'm not going to pick any parts just yet because that's a lot of money in here. Watch, this is going to be over 600 grand. No, it's over 200 grand. I thought it'd be more expensive than that. 200. All right, and I'm going to... we have 4.5 science points. I'm going to go ahead and unlock... Wings 1, that's another 89 grand for those parts. But it gives us, you know, control surfaces that move. All right, that's pretty good for our first day here. Oh, and I keep forgetting it. Let's do that. All right, world first milestones. We have performed an EVA test at home. We've returned to the surface. We have recovered our first crew from a mission. Returned to surface. We never left it, but okay. All right, perform experiments around the KSC. Got money for those. All right, let's warp to the morning. It rained last night. All right, back to mission control. All right, perform experiments around the KSC. Temperature scan, temperature scan, temperature scan, temperature scan. Yes. All right, we'll grab that. Once this gets to the target scanning, then we're kind of screwed because there's no way to do those. Because it's not actually an experiment. Part testing. All right, test the ruggedized vehicular wheel landed at Kerbin. All right, that part test we can do. Those are still those other ones. All right. I know, you used to be like even for some of the stock contracts, I remember you could do like jump a Kerbal, like literally just, you know, hit spacebar, jump. All right. We're gonna build our next rocket. Our sounding rocket 2. Oh, wait, hold on. The structural. Unlock the octagonal strut. Alright, it makes a lot more sense to do that. Alright, so now we have a battery cage and something to attach the experiments to here. Alright, let's attach the barometer and the thermometer. I'm gonna move that over there. I'm gonna put that one over there. Alright, we're gonna name this SR2. Polaris, what's up, buddy? Polaris, yeah, but Onka actually figured out what the issue was. It was Telfex causing completely unrelated weirdness. But since before I knew that, because he was literally going through the save file line by line to figure out what it was, and I'm like, I'm not gonna do that. I decided to take advantage and install a couple of additional mods, one of which is UnKerbaled Start and Career Evolution. Career Evolution is a contract pack and that goes a lot that you can use with UnKerbaled Start, so that way you start out doing probes and airplanes, right? Probes and, well, I should say probes and vehicles, because I'm using it's with grounded, right? And then you move to airplanes, right? Like propeller driven, planes, and then you move to rockets and jets. Like it's a more logical tech tree, but that requires a restart no matter what. If you change your tech tree, you're restarting. And we're in the process of making our second set. Jeez, this is gonna go to space. I don't want it to go to space. Marilith, what's going on? How you doing? We don't want to go to space yet. All right. That should still send us, this is probably still going to send us way higher than we need to go. We need to go about 18,000 meters. All right, but Sounding Rocket 2 is set. Meryl, it's all right. You're having what? You had one of those days, huh? It happens, man. It happens. All right, I'm not going to get any barometric data here just yet. We'll wait until we get a contract for it. We'll get it flying, though.
Range is hot. Sounding rocket 2 is go. Stand by for count in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it.
Alright, so everybody knows why I'm spin stabilizing these rockets, right? Or why I'm having them spin. I forgot to set Kaboom.
Oops.
Maryland, the smaller one won't go high enough because we just launched it earlier. I guess if I put two together, they would, but if you're gonna do two together, you might as well do this. Oh, they'd probably be passed out. But we're coming over anyway, because I lowered the thrust, the launch thrust to weight. I may have lowered it too much. I don't think we're not gonna go high enough. Yeah, we're not going high enough. We'll get a little bit of data off of there. All right, I'm gonna have to, because it's taller, the moment of inertia is further away from the fins. The fix is launch faster, or go with bigger fins, or more of them. I went with 3, but I think previously our little one we did 4. Marilith, no, these are actually part of, what mod are these from? I think you're part of Restock Plus. Nickloff, what's up, man? The spinning is to keep it stabilized, right? So this, the Stay Putnik is extremely draggy, right? It produces a lot of drag, which makes your rockets want to flip over ass over tea kettle. Right? And we also don't have any guidance, right? We don't have any SES, there's no guidance on board, right? So to get the rocket to go more or less where we want it to go, you spin it to stabilize it, like a bullet. Right? Or a football, like if you throw a football, right? You spin it to stabilize it. Same concept. All right, back to Space Center. Yep, Centurion, I forgot to set Kaboom. Hippie, no, we went with 50% since we had to restart anyway. Yeah, 20% is... Right, I mean, you're getting it hard and dry without the courtesy of a reach around. And it's self-inflicted. All right, we broke a land distance record of 10 kilometers and we have splashed down the ocean, so we get a little bit of money for that. All right, let's drive around the KSC. Hippie, yes. But I also changed the tech tree, so it like, change the tech tree, you're likely starting over. Most tech trees are gonna bork your game anyway. You must be very flexible. You know, I am tempted, Napsor, I'm tempted to say something that would never get that visual out of your head. Oh, I forgot to add the barometer. So I'm not going to set Kaboom on this. Next time we launch, though, I'll set Kaboom. And that's what, yes, probably. Yeah, Marilith Centurion, thank you for your support. This car needs navigation lights. We don't have them unlocked yet, but sure, why not? We have regular lights. We have headlights and taillights. All right, we grab that real quick. Wait, did I get an EVA report from here? I did. Okay. Double checking. No, we get. All right, where are we driving off to here? Oh, yeah. Run test. All right, we needed to test the wheels that are already on the rover, so there is contract complete. I can't believe they forgot about that one. All right, so we need to hit up mission control, admin, and the tracking station, and just a straight KSC. All right. Oh, I keep forgetting to reset these two. Dude, seriously, how awesome is all this, man? I mean, it just looks so good. Dude, BlackRock did such an amazing job with this. Ingloff, yeah, well, I'm sure at some point we're going to end up going airborne with it. Intentional or otherwise. Natsmore, yeah, I've played that game before when I was a kid. Right, or even in the military, in the army. Right, or playing Grosser Than Gross. You guys ever, when you were kids, did you ever play Grosser and Gross? You never heard of that? Right, so it's like, what's grosser than gross? Jumping off a 10-story building and your eye gets caught on a nail sticking out. And your eyelid gets caught on a nail sticking out. As an example. Right, and then the next person has to come up with something even worse. All right, so we hit mission control. Now we need to hit admin. All right, we got the admin building. We got mission control. All right, so we need to hit the tracking station in KSC. The KSC spot's right next to the right next to the tracking station. That's where I make more entertaining. Nope, this is the VAB. That square is the KSC. Yep, there we go. I always keep getting him out the wrong side. I forget to set these right in the action groups. All right, we got KSC. Now we need to hit the tracking station. And scan crew report. Yeah, I forgot the action group. The barometer. All right, EVA report, and that should be everything, right? Yes. Okay, and recover. Maryland, yeah, well, there's a few things we need to adjust on this. We gotta change the motorized wheel and the steering back. All right, and we brought back 17.4 science, so we're gonna have to spend some science. No steering, motor. And steering on the front. All right, log pressure data. All right, save. Good to go. All right, who's losing the bet? All right, so who lost the bet? No, I didn't. I had to swap it because I swapped the chassis around a little bit. I made the front wheel steer and the rear wheels motorized. What is boom kaboom? You're about to find out. All right, let's raise that to 2. It allows you to self-destruct vehicles. Right, think of it as like range safety. Right, where they pop a charge inside of a oxygen tank or a fuel tank on a real rocket if it gets out of control. Right, better to blow it up and come down in little pieces than come down in a big piece going really fast. All right, attempt number 2 to reach high altitude.
Range is hot. Commencing countdown in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it.
Alright, so the reason I wanted to set Kaboom for this is because we have no guidance on this and we don't have any parachutes or anything yet, so we can't recover it. But we also don't want it coming straight back down at the KSC and blowing up a building. Meredith or somewhere, did they put it somewhere on the vehicle? Yeah. Right, somewhere where it's pressurized, because that way it only takes a very small charge. Right, less mass. You can even probably do it in the overpressure tanks. Oh, it's gonna be close. And we're not gonna make it. We're just under. We're like, literally, we just passed 18,000 meters, and then as soon as it cut off, drag pulled us back down below it. But that's easy enough to fix. We just need to add more, put more fuel in the launch. Words. Put more solid fuel back in. Shit. That's the other thing I forgot to put on here, though, is an antenna. I did forget the antenna! Right. So, to ensure that this isn't going to come crashing back down, right, at the KSC, I can just go in 3, 2, 1. Bon voyage! Hinkloff, that's a good question. That's a very good question. Yeah, okay, so yeah, there you go. Okay, answered. It's always the simple things that you forget, right? All right, we're gonna warp to the following morning. Oh, we're actually just gonna put an antenna on it. And give it one more notch of fuel. All right, now I want high altitude, but I don't want to go to space just yet.
Range is hot because it's not cold. All right, here we go. Rocket is go for launch, and in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it.
And again, we're spin stabilizing the rocket, so it goes more or less where we want it to go. I know, right? The view is stunning. Dang, the drag! The drag! It pulled us back down. It pulled our apsis back down. We're not gonna get there. Our apoapsis under power went up to 20,000 meters, but as soon as the engine cuts off. So maybe I don't have to worry about it being fully fueled just because of how much drag. Might as well go fuel full Monty. But yeah, see how we're coming right back down over the KSC? We might drift a little bit, but maybe not enough. We don't want to hit a building. Right, and then you have to pay to fix the building. Right, so it is easier to go kaboom. Maximum shrinkage. Blah, blah, blah. I almost said shrinkage. It's a tracking method. I'm in a mood today, let me tell you. Alright, and we're fully fueled. We're gonna go full tilt boogie. Well, no, I'm still thrust limited. If this doesn't make it, then we'll go full tilt boogie.
Alright, once again, range is hot. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, send it this time.
I'm not that mean. Have the camera actually probably at 30 FPS it wouldn't track it fast enough. How awesome is that view, though, man? Plus, spinning the rocket creates a lot of drag. Right, on the fins. Like, it initiates quite a bit of drag. Oh, this thing is really coming over this time. I might need to set the thrust limiter higher. We're not gonna make it. We're coming over too much because I didn't set the thrust to weight high enough. The thrust to weight needs to be at least 2. Yeah, put your launcher in the outside of the rocket. And we can almost pretend like we're sending up a sounding rocket into a storm to release a tracking agent or sensors. Well, we may as well enjoy the visuals as I can actually let this crash. Yeah, chemtrails, yes. Don't forget about space lasers. So good, man. So good. Seriously. Marilyn. All right. Well, let's warp to the next day at least. Hey, sounding rockets are more difficult than you think. All right, this is launch number 4 of SR2.
Range is hot. We are go for launch on Flight 4 of Sounding Rocket 2 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I am so tempted to leave it on that camera view. It's like POV of a roulette wheel. All right, Apple Apps is through 18,000. All right, and we made it. We finally made it. All right, contract complete. And we broke a 22-kilometer altitude record. Well, you guys can't hear her, can you? Luckily, she's not coming through the mic too much, but Delta is on one. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna go grab the dog. She is howling at somebody. All right. Howling Banshee's been dealt with. Yeah, we might as well to go for the ride. Write it in. Write it in. Also, Friday it will be a 12-hour stream. My next design, the Howling Banshee. Oh my gosh. Kerbal physics. Oh man. Oh. Okay, is it gonna fall over or what? I mean, it's really spin stabilized. Why didn't it blow up? Oh my gosh. Centurion, it probably won't actually be. I don't know if I'll do KSP at all actually that day. We'll see. Maryland, yeah, that's pretty funny. No, I'm gonna blow it up in place. Oh, we don't have signal. I don't have a choice. I have to leave it here. We have no signal. Scientic, I'm doing a 12-hour stream to thank you guys, you know, everybody for supporting the stream and donating, right, towards a new chair. Right, I said for every $100 donated, I would do a 12-hour stream. So this Friday will be the first one. I still need to do 2 more, but hopefully we'll get to the point where, you know, I'll be doing, you know, a total of 7. Right, so far I plan on doing one this Friday and then again next Friday. Right, as I am sitting in a broken ass chair that is killing my back and neck. But we'll get there. Okay, so we have now 28 science. Let's see what we can get here. All right, fabrication. That's right, basic rocket really gave us the liquid fuel engine. That's even enough to get early aviation, which gives us fairings. Oh, actually, I have to get fabrication first. All right, let's get fabrication. Do I want to buy these parts? Short. And small structures. I'm not going to buy them. I'm just going to research them. We'll unlock them as necessary. All right, so we unlocked aeronautics. We're going to skip over the fixed landing gear because we use the fixed landing gear so much because we were so stuck. All right, so we're going to head and research early aviation, and then we're going to unlock wings too. Oh, I can't sit in it, actually. I have to straddle it. But the seat pan is uneven. Right? And the only other option is to sit on my ball. Like, the seat pan is actually broken. So it doesn't matter how I sit, it's uneven. Yeah, there's no leaning back. If I lean back, I'm going down if I lean back. Like on this part, which you probably can't even see. But, like, look. Leaning back would be a death sentence. And the worst part is, dude, this is a $400 chair that I bought last year. Right, this chair broke before it was even a year old. And that's one of the reasons I'm going for a more expensive chair, and also one that has a 5-year warranty. This one just has Amazon's 30-day deal, unless you, or 45-day return policy, unless you, you know, buy their, you know, longer protection plan, which I didn't do. If the resulting crash will summon with a concerned Delta V into frame, it's a sacrifice that you guys are willing to make.
Gee.
Thank you so much.
I also looked at office chair. Dude, this is not a gaming chair. This is an office chair. As I said, it broke in less than a year. It broke right through the middle of the seat pan, where the seat attaches to the post. All right, I lost track of what we were doing. Oh, contracts. All right, Carmen line uncrewed. We'll take that. Facilitate, stubble orbital. We'll take that. Field research. Atmospheric pressure scans and temperature. To see, this is the problem. We can't do them anymore because it has experiment target scanning. Target scanning is not an experiment. I guess I can uninstall that. I have a docking camera mod, and it's what's causing the target scanning to pop in. Do I need that mod? I'm gonna get rid of it. Problem is, Scientific, when you go into like real office chairs, dude, the price is now, you're now like looking at like $1,400, $2,000. Like, it's like, and that's like for simple office chairs. Yeah, okay, I've gone through a lot of chairs. And after doing lots of research, that actually the secret lab chair actually rates pretty damn high. Also, is one of the only ones with a 5-year warranty. All right, so I'm going to remove, because I want to be able to do those experiments, but target scanning is not an experiment. It is from a mod. This one right here, docking cam. All right. Also, as I said before, anytime you add add, update, or remove a mod, go into your game data folder and delete the module manager.config cache. Right. Instead of letting it edit it, force it to redo it. All right. And then I also am going to need to go into here. And find docking cam and remove it. I wonder if Linux, because Linux I think took over that mod. I wonder if he's aware that it triggers as an experiment. Marilyn, I will when he pops in the chat next time if I remember, or if anybody remembers. Right, because if he's not using that contract pack, he may not realize that it's, you know, hitting. MGB, what's up, buddy? Yeah, dude, the clouds are just like, wow. Wait till you see him in that 1/4 real scale, dude. It's like, oh my gosh. Mirrorless generally E. The B's are huge. If I'm making larger planes, I'll go with B. But for the 1.25 meter diameter, E. They look out of proportion with B's. Right, the B is like four times the size of an E. MGB, well, we started a new save because I couldn't figure out what the hell that issue was that we were having with the vehicle being offset from all the tools in the editor and the indicators, like center mass, center of lift. Okay, I actually figured it out. And it's actually from ToughX. I'm like, right? It definitely changes the lift of the wing because it's got so much more surface area. Plus, I decided, you know, with it, since we're restarting, I wanted to do a couple of mod changes, one of which is UnKerbaled start and career evolution. And that requires you change tech tree, you probably want to restart anyway. And that 20% science was... And there we go. All right, atmospheric pressure scan, pressure scan, pressure scan, pressure scan. Yep, those we can do. NGB, no, I haven't. On the 1/4 real scale, I haven't. Not even on the stock scale, I haven't either. Jade said he was going to do it, look, at least for KSC, the KSC extended, because he is on the, he thought it was already there. So he was going to take a look at it. And then once if he updates that, it's just a matter of changing the of adjusting the coordinates for 1/4 real scale. Tundra, ice caps, splashdown. Do a temperature scan for Kerbin's upper atmosphere. That we can do. It just takes another launch of the sounding rocket. All right, part testing. Free fall, parachutes. All right, test the Mark 16 parachute and flight over Kerbin. We can do that. And test the Mark II-R radial mount parachute in flight over Kerbin. That is going much faster. Still subsonic though, so we should be able to do it. Test the universal storage attitude control decoupler landed at Kerbin. That, we're at max contracts. All right, let's launch our sounding rocket for that upper atmosphere. All right, since we know it gets there. Need a pressure reading from the upper atmosphere. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I also want to get back into MechWarrior 5, but as I said, I've been waiting for mods to update as they released the developers released a hotfix slash quality of life improvements to the main game, and it broke a lot of the mods. So we're in a holding pattern for modded MechWarrior 5.
Range is hot. We are go for launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it.
There's our SR2 that bounced. We're not going to let this one bounce. We're going to terminate. Dyer, it looks like the clans editor just dropped. Man, I need to replay through clans, and I haven't done the DLC, the Ghost Bear DLC yet. No, but I was actually thinking for the 12-hour stream, somebody gifted Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 to the stream, so I thought we'd do that on Friday. Sing it, MGB, sing it! Alright, there we go. Let's get that. And transmit. We're not going to get any actual science from it, but it should complete that contract. Right. Oh, you actually have to recover it.
Well,
shit.
You can't transmit it. You actually have to recover it for that contract.
Gotta read the fine print.
Maki, is it a long entrance? Well, probably, I'm guessing that it probably sums up Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. Well, we lost however much that rocket cost us to launch. Because we actually have to recover it. Which means it needs a parachute on it. Alright, let's take a look at these contracts again. Wait, I want to read the fine print. Alright, crew report and flight below 17,700 meters. Alright. Crew line, our Kerbin line, uncrewed. Perform experiments around the KSC. Alright, let's go do this one real quick. Yeah, Black Knight donated Kingdom Come 2 Deliverance. So we'll do a special stream of that on Friday. I obviously we're not going to get through the whole thing in 12 hours, but it'll give us, you know, something to work at. In fact, we'll use it for the 12-hour streams. We'll do it every Friday until I get caught up. Yeah, I reinstalled almost a year ago KCD1, and I still haven't replayed it either. Yes, today is Tuesday. All right, we need a pressure scan from the space plane hangar, the admin building, the launch pad, and the VAB. That is quite the cockpit view from that, from this truck cabin. I do got to be a little bit more careful with this the cabin over the wheel or in front of the wheels, as there's nothing else to hit the ground other than the cabin, which means, you know, an impact, and whoever's in here is mystery goo. Alright, we got the spaceplane hangar. We need to hit the VAB. And the admin building here. NGB, luck of the draw. We rolled a 20 on a D20. I guess. Because normally it does slide a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and grab it. Even though we're not gonna get paid for this, I might as well grab it. I want the science. What the flip happened to that flagpole? Has this flagpole always been this way? Seriously? And I've never noticed it? +12,000 hours and I never noticed that the tier 1 admin building had a crooked ass flagpole? That's right, this isn't a different biome until you upgrade. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and hit all the buildings as we drive around. It may as well. Seems kind of silly not to. I'm still stunned by the fact that I've never noticed that that flagpole was crooked. Have I always just like upgraded that building without realizing it? I feel kind of silly not realizing that before. All right, over to the crawler way. And then the launch pad. NASA, true enough. But still, after, you know, 12,000 plus hours. There's not that many things I haven't seen before or noticed before. Like, as an example, do you know you go inside this bunker? I keep having them come out the wrong side. And yeah, you can have a Kerbal in here while you're launching stuff. The camera, though, doesn't like going in there. All right, we got everything required, so let's go ahead and recover that. So we got more than we actually needed for the contract, but we did get more science, right? And man, if playing with 50% science, it feels like such a luxury. I mean, bringing in 20 science at a time. All right, research 2 ribbon for Bob and a Kerbin surface EVA ribbon for actually getting off the vehicle and walking around. All right, and that is contract complete. We now are up to 220 grand. I'm gonna go ahead and nope, not yet. I'm not gonna do it yet. I was thinking about upgrading that, but I remember there's other stuff we need to buy to unlock, possibly first. 20 science gives us survivability. That actually gives us parachutes. Gadgets, though. Gadgets. gives us more science. We don't actually need parachutes yet, right? But gadgets gives us the mystery goo, larger solar panels, and also the submersible oceanic and bathymetry, and the inline mystery goo experiments. More experiments is more better. All right, so we'll unlock the gadgets, and we'll pay for those experiments. All right, so now we need to make our first airplane. Well, since we have this up, I may as well add the other experiments that we're going to need on it. Okay, you know, everybody likes a good mystery goo. I don't know why, but that's what this thing kind of reminds me of. You know, if this is a van, you know, the, what's it called in Scooby-Doo? The mystery van? And the reason I'm mounting them all right here is so it's easy to be able to grab the data off of it and store it. Yeah, see, these cost 58 grand to unlock. Which one do we want? This one actually has less mass, slightly. A relatively newer version of the Mark 1 Zero cockpit, initially named Mark 1-1, but was decided to be redundant and reduced to the Mark 1 instead. Alright, so this is the Mark 1-0. Alright, if you ever felt unsafe while flying with only glass between you and the things that might be in the atmosphere, then you should use one of these. It's still sleek, but safer looking. It doesn't mean it's safer, but at least it looks like it is. Or at least it looks safe. I ad-libbed the last part. Alright, so basically this one is the redo of that one, so we want this one first. 58 grand.
58 grand.
Jeez Louise, talk about caged. Oh, the Cyclone. Or the Whirlwind. I think the Silver Crow is a 0.625 meter engine. Oh no, it can't be, not with that much thrust. Marlin, though, is still the highest. Alright, 7,800 credits. Yeah, the Mystery Machine. Thank you, Onka. Thank you. That's where. When people talk about Jeb moving like he's drunk, I point out that he wouldn't be doing this sober. And you are correct, sir. These, Maryland, no, they're not. I just like the prop engines from Airplane Plus. They're not ridiculously finicky, like the stock ones. You know, you got to mess around with. And these actually have sound effects. All right, I'm gonna unlock the Mark 1 Junior. Wait, really? Where is the long, oh, there it is. All right, and then tail connector B. Yeah, Maryland, nothing really gets that specific with KSP. Essentially, if you were to actually look at the config for this engine, it works the same as a jet engine. It just has different sound effects with it. It's not an actual, like, prop generating lift, you know, pulling air across. And later on, Airplane Plus actually has wings parts that have fuel in the wings. I think Airplane Plus actually has a part that actually fits in there, but I don't know if I have it unlocked yet or not. I think it's one of these. I guess not that one. It must be that one. Yeah, kind of, sort of. Seems a bit much. And yes, this is gonna be a tail dragger. Alright, let's get that rear wing built. By the way, did you know that you can actually have your center lift in front of the center mass if you have a puller engine? If your engine's in front pulling instead of pushing? Centurion, what do you mean? What do you mean, Centurion? What do you mean by which attachment mode? There's only two types of attachment nodes, or attachment, right? Mode and node and radial. Right, node is this. Right, attaching parts end to end through the little yellow, through the little green and black balls. Right, that's node attach. Right, the way I attach this is, or the wings, is radial attach. Oh, that's symmetry, and also whether it's in radial or right, radial symmetry or mirror symmetry. Right. Most of the time, if you're making an airplane, you're gonna want it in mirror. There are times you may want radial. But most of the time, you're going to want it in mirror. And then the opposite when you're in the VAB. The VAB, generally speaking, you want radial. Right, and then you also have snap. You can adjust with the letters, with the C key. You have snap and smooth. Right, which also affects how you, how you move parts. Right, so right now I have snap on. Right, so if I move this, you'll see it, you know, it snaps out. Right, and if I hit C, right, it's gonna be, you know, it's much smoother. And the other thing too is you notice, like I have a limit, it's bouncing back. If I hold down the shift key, the left shift key, and then do it, I can do this. Right, and then spacebar is part reset. Yeah, and you also have the gizmos. Well, not the gizmos. Well, I guess the indicators, right? You have your center mass indicator, center lift indicator. You also have a center of thrust indicator. Right. Also, on your move and rotate gizmos, you also have two different modes as well. Right. You have local, and absolute. Right. So absolute is bound to the orientation of the root part. Right. It'll move in relation to the root part. Right. So you can see the wing is selected because I have the wings angled. Right. But you'll notice this is aligned right now with the root part. But if I press F, it goes to local. So now it is aligned with the part with the part itself that I have highlighted, which happens to be this part. All right, I'm gonna throw a mystery goo on the back. Yeah, knowing all the tools in the editor can make a massive difference in what your craft will end up coming out looking like. All right, and I need a name. I need a name for our plane. It's gonna be the KP-1. You know, we'll call it the Centurion. So, see, Centurion? Yeah, you just got a name, a plane named after you. Because it just sounds good. We're gonna call it the Centurion. Also, when you're using the rotate tool, by default, it's 15 degrees. Right, each notch is 15 degrees, but if you hold down the shift key, it drops down to 5. Right, that's if you have snap on. If you have snap off, you can do it as much as you want, but just you kind of have to guess how far you're moving it. All right, needed some landing lights. Really? Yeah, let's put it on the tail, actually. Oh, and Control Z is undo. Oh, there's also shortcut commands to these tools as well. Right. In addition to you being able to hit them up here, too. Right, like the move tool is 2. Yeah, because the decals never sit flush. AP2 for handling Banshee for the upgrade? Maybe. A Marilith. Okay. We're at 38 parts. Parts go quick when you're making airplanes. All right, so we need to test the Mark 16 parachute and the Mark II radio mount. All right, the Mark 16 is going to put us over our part count because I needed a part to be able to attach it to, which would mean like an octag or something. So we're only going to run this test first, and then other contracts and get some science while we're at it. All right, Jeb. All right, we'll leave him in the white suit for now. L-draggers are weird. Even in Kerbal, they're weird. In real life, they're weird too. Right? Or in flight sims. Have you ever flown one in a flight sim? They're weird. Um... Okay, well... It's kind of weird, right? Alright, control service check. Flaps check. No, they were deployed. You didn't see? They were actually clipped out completely into the ground. They were definitely deployed. Alright, taxi lights on. Engine start. Alright, brake check is good. Alright, we gotta fly over there for the observation contract. Alright, to get a crew report. Alright. Oh. Jeez Louise. Man, that was like hitting turbos. All right, taxi lights out. Let's go and observe some goo. Oh yeah, gear up, dumbass. Forgot our main gear is actually retractable. And we accelerated so damn fast that I almost nosed into the ground trying to get the tail to fly. I was trying to get the tail to fly first. I forgot that's not supposed to be there. Oops. Alright, what are the test parameters of the 4,000 to 7,000 meters? Okay. And unlike stock propellers, you can actually use fizz time warp. If you use the stock propellers, do not go into fizz warp. It makes Unity very unhappy. Yep, it is. It's gonna make me want to go fly to P-51 and DCS. Dude, I have not played DCS in a long time. Well, yeah, we're high enough up to test the chute now. Oh, our speed isn't high enough. Well, crap! I was looking at the wrong parameters. I was looking because we have two parachute tests. I needed to read the bottom one. We need to be between 2,000 and 6,000, but 210 meters a second. I don't even think this thing can get to 210 meters a second, and clearly can't with a chute. All right, let's cut that chute. Oh, so we're not going to complete that test.
Once again, read the fine print and don't be a dumbass like the guy in this chair.
I will on the way back, Merilith. In a dive, yeah, we could probably do it. We would just need to get up to 210 meters a second. before falling through 2,000 meters. Oh, I need to get this crew report. Man, those clouds look so good. All right, we'll come around and then see if we can't get there in a dive. We're pretty close. We're not too far. We likely could have. Oh, and landing a tail dragger in Kerbal is let me get past the mountains. All right, and 20-degree dive. Let's see if this will do it. Nope. Maybe not. We oversped the engine. Nope. All right, 30-degree dive. Yeah, a 30-degree dive would have gotten us there. I forgot Airplane Plus engines overspeed is a possibility. Oh wait, I put in the wrong one. That's the one I wanted. Move that one. Okay. And if you can use the airplane again, it's a great landing. Alright, gear down, flaps down. We have a lot of lift. At least Pappy says we're on course. I forgot I can do this and see the Pappy lights easier. Right, but Pappy says we are on glide slope. It's in our car's water-based vehicle landings? What do you mean by that? Oh, that's cool. Don't go bouncy bouncy. So sketchy. Alright, we've broken a land distance record of 32 kilometers. And we did our observational contract is complete. Alright, let's go ahead and recover that. In rough weather.
For reasons.
Alright, we did bring back 12.8 science. And Jeb got his Research 1 ribbon, his Distance Record ribbon, and a landing on Kerbin ribbon. So we'll take it for more contracts here in a second. But I gotta go punch the bladder reset button, so hold that thought. All right, thank you for your patience. You know, I just realized something. I have Pinky in the Brain emotes, but I've never thought about adding them as flags in the game, in Kerbal. I mean, we've had Pinky in the Brain emotes since I was able to get emotes. Why didn't I ever add them as a flag for KSP? And or now with the, you know, since they introduced decals, or whenever they introduced decals, why don't I have Pinky in the Brain? I'm gonna have to convert Pinky in the Brain and add them to decals for this. Yeah, and actually I should add all of our emotes, right? The golden panel. Yeah, Pinky the Brain. Yeah, why do I not have these? Why did it never dawn on me until now to do them? Uh-huh. Yeah, we're not ready to break the sound barrier just yet with the crew. We're not ready to orbit Kerbin. Alright, experiments around the KSC. Yep. Islands, nope. Perform another atmospheric pressure scan from Kerbin's upper atmosphere. That'll require a sounding rocket launch. That doesn't actually get us anything other than 13 grand. So I'm not even gonna bother. Those are all high altitude. We can't get up that high. All right, we'll let Val fly and actually test that parachute. Now that we have a good idea on what we need to do. What about the other one? I can't do them both at once because we don't have the part count. Yeah, the other one it will actually be easier to do because it only requires a speed of 50 meters per second to 130. Oops, not the button I wanted to hit. All right, Val. All right, so we just got to climb up, and then we'll just go into a dive, a pretty steep dive actually, to get over 200 and do it. Yeah, but we also get paid for it, Monka. I like getting paid for getting science. Yeah, see what I mean? Look, the landing gear are extended. I actually have to bring them in and pop. I may as well actually, in the editor, just spawn the vehicle retracted. At least he'll come sitting out on the ground. Jeez. Well, I gotta fix the flag too. I forgot about that. Or the decal over here. I like that we're not dying for science. Get a little bit of that. Anything else? Yep, crew report. Let Val get us some altitude. Make sure I'm looking at the right one this time. Radial mount. Temperature scan for over the water, get some more science. That's right, yes, indeed. Well, what I mean is like diver is like scraping every little tiny crumb everywhere we can. Yeah, 17% science. And those clouds over there. Alright, we're gonna kind of go into a lazy turn. Alright, I'm gonna drop the nose here a little bit towards the or come down to the horizon and let our speed build up. We don't want to fly into that if we can help it. And I'm thinking about moving this fuel tank forward of the cockpit. Alright, we're about as fast as we're gonna get. I'm gonna come around here a little bit more. That storm is coming right at us. Alright, and to keep from breaking the engine, I'm going to shut it down, and then we're going to go into this dive. Oh, 210? Are you flipping serious? As soon as we broke their 200, I hit the thing. We did it too early. We did it so slightly. We did it slightly too early. Ah. Agnabbit. I am not having a good day, man. Apparently. I'm having one of those kind of, like, get everything kind of a day. And only engineers can repack chutes. No, we did get a little bit more science. So not all is lost. Marilith? Yes, indeed, exactly. Yeah, turn off Fizz Warp, dumbass. Because Fizz Warp with landing gear, all bad. Oh, come on. So cheesy to bounce. All right, and recover. All right, we brought back 4 science. All right, Val got a landing on Kerbin ribbon. Not enough to unlock basic science. Survivability, though, where we actually get parachutes for real. Stability. Ooh, we get the cube. I'm taking stability. We want the cube. 56 grand. Why? Oh, the external command seat. Oh, and little RCS thrusters. All right, we're gonna grab those. And we're gonna grab that. And sure, why not? We'll grab that. All right, the commands here, we're gonna wait because it's 40 grand.
That's a lot for a flipping chair.
That chair is more expensive than the one I need. All right, we have a contract to pass the Kármán line. Right, so we can make our sounding rocket number 3. Let's go with silver. Bricksat, sure. Bricksat 1. But we're actually not going to be sending it into, we're not going to be putting it into orbit. I like brick set. And brick set works. Just for some contrast. All right. I may put a mystery goo on it. We'll see. I don't want to put an engine on it. Got the place anywhere RCS, but we have no RCS fuel tanks. Oh, I do need the expanded one. All right, let's go ahead and close that back up. Oh, that is not nearly enough fuel. It's gonna have to sit on a booster to even think about getting to space. That's still not gonna get it there. That will. An SRB first, 3 SRBs all firing at once, first stage. Well, those are huge. I just realized something, though. I won't have any... I don't need control over it. All right, SR 3. And to make somebody happy, we're gonna call it the Banshee. And this is the Sounding Rocket 3 Banshee. Yeah, we don't have launch clamps yet. We're gonna need launch clamps soon. All right, so the goal is just to break the Kármán line and get a little bit of science while we're doing it. Behind me, after the fact, yes. Onka figured out what it was after I already added mods and that would break the save anyway, as I had already committed to restarting. So, it turned out it was a ToughX issue. There's an option in ToughX apparently that I had inadvertently activated that did it. Behind yeah, we went 50% science. And we also went with a different tech tree. We went with UnKerbaled start. Right, to have a better tech tree. Right, we get fairings almost from the beginning, and it makes a lot more sense. Oh, MGB, dude. You are digging, brother. Digging. Somebody take MGB's shovel away from him. But dude, it was, man, at 20, dude, that's, you're literally scraping for every nugget and crumb of science everywhere possible.
Range is hot. We are go for launch of Sounding Rocket 3, the Banshee. Commencing launch in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Punch it.
I forgot to set Kaboom. Whoops. And I don't know why it's coming over, but it is, and I have no control. Hey, why did that engine not fire? Check your staging. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and call a mulligan on that one because...
What the shit?
Why is that in a... there? That's supposed to be there. There we go. How did that end up moving? I don't remember moving it. Alright, let's try that one more time. And I still forgot to set Kaboom. That's alright. We can go. We're gonna go without Kaboom this time. And at this rate, I'm gonna end up with a Kaboom command in order for everybody to remind me to set Kaboom.
Range is hot. We're trying this again. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Send it like you mean it. There we go. That's better.
There's no sound effects for this engine. Well, there's a sonic boom, but no sound effect for the engine itself. Well, it's so quiet at this altitude, we probably wouldn't hear it anyway, right? Well, we're definitely going to space. And we have fairing deploy. All right, I'm going to extend our antennas. And shut down. I don't want to go into high orbit. Not yet, anyway. I guess I can find out if this can go to high orbit. We can get close. Yeah, this would have made it to high orbit. Just... All right, transmit and transmit. Wait, does this have a decoupler in it? It does. I'm clipped in, so I didn't realize there's a built-in decoupler. I'm clipped in, so... I didn't actually plan on deploying that anyway, so... All right, we'll watch it burn up. Jet, what's up, buddy? Well, now I get to see what Firefly looks like with a tumbling object. Are you shitting me? This is gonna survive? It didn't burn up? All right, more reasons for Kaboom. Five credits as it bounces. Yeah, the disco ball spin technique landing that we did on the other sounding rocket was pretty funny. Booyah! What's up, buddy? How we doing? All right, back to the Space Center. Not too bad. Not too bad. Behind me, that's a good question. I should have looked at the map view. It in the water somewhere. All right, world first milestones. We've broken a speed record of 790 meters per second. We've broken an altitude record of 70 meters. We've reached space. We've broken a land distance record of 100 kilometers. So it's somewhere over 100 kilometers out in the water. Huzzah! There's no such thing as the final frontier. All right, Kármán line. We've crossed the Kármán line. New strategies available. All right, 19.9 science. Basic instruction is where we're going to need to go because we're going to need launch clamps. Launch clamps. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and unlock that and unlock the launch clamps. Oh, we have monoprop engines now. Right, I don't want to unlock too many things in here because, well, 211,000. Yeah, let's go ahead and unlock it all. Screw it. You only live once. And structures medium. Let's unlock that. I'm not going to pay for these, though, just yet. As I don't see a reason that we would use them at this point. Reach a suborbital trajectory and return. We're not ready for that yet. We don't have a reentry. We don't have heat shields. All right, first satellite. I don't want to do that just yet. Crude milestones, break sound barrier. We're not ready for that yet. Orbit Kerbin, not ready. Oh, sorry, we gotta do the experiments around the KSC. Those are still all high altitude. We still need to do those two tests that I keep screwing up. All right, but first, oh, I didn't mean to go in here, back in here. Let's get the science around the KSC. What's up, Pancake? How you doing, buddy? Where's our resident scientist? Oh, our resident scientist took the day off. We gotta work till the next morning to bring him back. He had to take some personal time off. I'm debating, because I can add more of these in. He doesn't have to keep getting out and collecting them. I doubt I need that many mystery goos, but this way he doesn't have to get out and collect it, restore the experiment, and get back in. We can just collect. Yeah, he had a conflicting tea time. Observe the goo. And it should be enough goo to be able to hit every biome. Doesn't matter if it's in symmetry or not. So there. Alright, we got it from the spaceplane hangar. Let's go hit mission control. Alright, let's go hit the VAB. Astronaut complex. I didn't bring enough goo. Admin building. I didn't bring enough goo. There's more biomes than I was thinking. It's alright, the other ones are easy to get. I was too short. Actually, I can just get out and reset it. Reset a couple. I can do exactly what I didn't want to have to do. least they only gotta get out once. There's no reason for having a scientist. And so I could reset them if need be. Alright, so now we just need to hit the crawlerway and the launch pad. That's a lot of goo. Alright, let's recover that. That should complete that contract because we hit everywhere with the goo. And we brought back 17.2 science with that. And yep, that completed that contract. Which gives us that money. Alright, so now we can pop down to survivability. And there's our heat shield, so we can actually bring something back if we wanted to. Or we could grab general rocketry. I'm gonna do general rocketry first. All right, and unlock those. Okay. I would suggest Admiral Rocketry. General Rocketry's been hitting the sauce lately. Okay, so I want to modify this plane while I'm thinking about it. Even though I'm going to have to draw the day to close here shortly. Because I got to take Delta apart and then cook dinner. I'll leave 2 in there. That could be problematic. Well, no, it's not. It actually makes it better. That'll actually make it better. I'm gonna tail wheel. Oh, I know why this is janky. This actually does need to be at an angle. All right, let's adjust that, save it, and we have to put this out on the runway with the landing gear retracted because otherwise it clips them into the ground and you have to retract them anyway and then pop them back out and then the thing bounces in the air. Actually, I want that back. Fix that. You know, I just realized the part count that we needed to be able to test both those parachutes at the same time is in flipping stickers. If I take off the stickers, we actually have the part count to be able to test both those parachutes at the same time. But that is going to have to wait for another time because I really got to take Delta to the park before she blows a circuit. She has to have her frisbee time or she's like... What is MCPO rocketry then the L? I don't know what that... You lost me, dude. Delegate to Lieutenant Rocketry? Oh, Master Chief Petty Officer. Okay. Oh, okay. The other conversation you guys are having. I read it out of context. Okay. But this tech tree fits my playstyle so much better than the generic tech tree. I'm actually glad we restarted. I mean, everything fits. Everything works.
Yes.
All right. Engine, no, this is UnKerbaled start. I prefer UnKerbaled start over probes before crew. I had issues with probe before crew, but I think those issues have been resolved since then, but I still prefer UnKerbaled start. And I removed docking cam. as docking cam was causing, it was being listed as an experiment, even though it's not one. All right, but I want to thank all you guys for coming and hanging out with me today. I know we had a little bit of a rough start there at the beginning of the stream, but we made it through, and I think this is going to be good to go. Once again, Friday is going to be a 12-hour stream. We're going to be doing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for 12 hours on Friday as part of our deal, right, that I made. You know, for every $100 donated towards a new chair, I'll do a 12-hour stream, and I decided we're going to go with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. So we'll do it this Friday, and then we'll do it again next Friday, and then the Friday after that to, you know, for me to catch up to where we're at with the donations. Oh, right. Oh, over there. Yeah, there. Right. And then every subsequent 100, we'll do another 12-hour stream. All right, sounds good? Sounds good. All right. Anybody that needs social stuff? Right, by the way, I added a craft file thing called KSP craft files in Discord, so you can share your craft files if you want to. As Kerbal X is kind of iffy lately, so I added that so you guys can share your craft files. Right. Also, you obviously feel free to share, you know, screenshots, everything you have going on in yours. You know, sometimes, you know, they inspire other people. So
Share.
All right. Also, I will be uploading this to YouTube. Right. So if you have not done so already, hit up my YouTube page and give me a sub over there. Subs over there are the same as follows here, so it doesn't cost you anything. But please do so, and leave a comment if you watch something. Please
Leave a comment.
All right. Anything else? Anything else? Nope. All right. No stream tomorrow for sure. Right. No stream tomorrow. I may or may not stream later this evening, but if I do, it probably won't be Kerbal. I'll do something else. I'm gonna look at MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries and see where the mods are at. I forgot to check earlier today to see where they're at. That's what I've been holding on for those. All right. But without further ado, you guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great whatever it is, wherever you may be. I'll see you guys next time. Until then,
Stay dangerous.
Narf. Where's my credits, man?